that will come to pass eventually. So we have that, which was pretty fun to work on.
So it's samurai sword more style this time,
Yeah, this time.
and
I
it
was trying
has.
to figure out how to make it a katana style for a while with the idea of having a dual sword, but couldn't
Are you
figure out how to make a split, so I did some shame.
so? Is it split hilt? So it's like both half moons,
Nope.
or
They are two distinct. Uh,
This is more like Leonardo.
yeah, kind of. Um,
because they did in Roy Kenshin. There's obviously the guy with multiple swords, and he had a dual sword that split.
yeah,
I was trying
But
to
that
think.
artwork is beautiful.
yeah. So
Fucking phenomenal.
the primary one, which
So cool.
Ah.
Just lots of
so the
swords.
primary
Hey, look at that.
so the primary one is a Damascus moving.
I was gonna say they got some Damascus on there.
Yeah, so it's a Damascus blade, of like shifting Damascus pattern. The idea, for when that one is, and that's the physical sword that Val has at times. I think do is green.
I love how simplistic yet
There you
like
go.
very elegant design of the
So
hilt.
that's the hilt, or that's the guard, looking down on, and then in here, this will show eventually is the secondary sword that is quite literally the astral sea, kind of just flowing out of.
That is a really cool thing. Makes you think of eternity.
Looks like you're swinging the photos from that web satellite.
Oh yeah, that's that thing is
James
so
Hubble!
cool. That the
Yeah,
new
James Webb
telescope.
You just need a few more galaxies in there, and you'll be perfect.
So, Viva, I haven't told you this, but the second sword does have a distinctive name, and it's not the same. It's not the same style of name as this one.
Okay.
You know. All right, and then the other thing that I've been working on as a side project for fun for a little while is, I guess a look into the mind of Val. With his
Yeah,
shattered,
I've seen some of this.
his shattered psyche.
Yeah.
Is that an
So
illithid?
that is.
Oh,
And so for those who have not met, none of us have met whomever this character is, but for those of the who have not met, we have a little bit of Brockle over here and Raynor, or who are the other two characters in Val's head that he kind of body snatched at the behest of Purple Tentacle Face.
oh, cool.
Fuck yeah.
So this will get some more work eventually to try and actually like make the cracks and stuff have broken glass look instead of just being. I figured there's a show.
Pretty wild, man. Pretty wild. Should have
Dope.
seen our doing today at the restaurant. My mother-in-law said I was a very big boy. All right. So we're gonna start. Welcome back to M&A&D&D episode 3, Red Wizards of Thay. Last we ventured together, M&A had gone to the Tower of Azothel and had infiltrated it at the bequest of a double agent. Double agent? Yeah, double agent. A member of the cult who had decided that he was no longer interested in pursuing this. No longer interested in helping this particular group of the cult, who were more interested in necromancy and lynchdom than they were in bringing back Tiamat. He had seen that this particular sect of the cult were dabbling in aspects that he thought jeopardized the entirety of the world, far greater than even I think that the Sword Coast could handle. You guys infiltrated the tower, searching for one of the dragon masks, and upon finding the hidden portal in the basement, after teleporting through this magical tower, you guys faced off with a Draco Lich. Kind of the works of this particular cult. They managed to do one of the things that they had been hoping to do, and that was to create this being, bring it back from the dead. But of course, you guys were ready for the fight, and were able to defeat it. And then in doing so, you guys destroyed much of the Tower of Zonthal. You did happen to escape with some items, with the battered and damaged, remains of the dragon mask, and the head of an Ifrit, who had promised you that he can restore the dragon mask if you return him and his head and the mask to the Nine Hells. Knowing that you guys had stopped part of the cultists, putting a big, wrench in their gears as they prepare to bring back Tiamat, you guys returned back to Waters Deep to find the very familiar great hall that the council always sits in, filled with these ashen skinned beings adorned in red robes, and most of you, your stomach kind of just drops, like this pit in your stomach, as the realization that here in the mighty hall, the great hall, King Maladrock's fortress to protect the Sword Coast, is a delegation of red wizards from Thay. And
this is all after we have not had a long rest, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
You're a little tired.
If you have, I mean, we probably had a short rest between now and then because we would have walked from the tower to the town. But
that's not a
only
rest.
And then they had drinks with the bar person in the town before we left. Still not a long rest, but
yeah, we had a shot.
Yeah. Just saying, the most we could have had was a short rest, not a long rest.
Is it not pulling your map towards where I want? Did it pull anybody else's map?
No.
Anyways,
I'm
okay, so
on
you guys.
The map.
I used to just
looking at the bottom.
be able to. Yeah, I used to be able to snap you guys all to where I wanted.
In the good old days when things worked.
Yeah.
I don't have any difference in my HP, and everything resets since leveling up, so I just know I don't have any spells left.
Oh, see, I'm still at 6.
As you guys stand there, looking at this magnificent hall, some of you, you're almost, parts of you, I imagine, even turn to rage a little bit, knowing who these are. But this delegation as well as the council itself, turn their attention towards you. King Melodrock, decides to address you. M&A, please come forward.
Val hesitant moves forward, but
Yeah,
is definitely ready to draw
so-
swords whenever.
I know.
Is anyone missing from the council right now?
Investigation. You look immediately to see if anybody's to see who's missing, who's there, who's in attendance. Whereas you see everybody in attendance, you do notice that that not everybody is in. That not everybody's happy to see this delegation here.
I mean, our delegation or like the delegation of
The
the
Red
Wizards?
Wizards.
The Red Wizards.
Okay.
Which people, if I don't guess, are the ones that don't look like they're happy?
Yeah. Let me just
In particular, I'm most curious of the demeanor of Ramilla and Elia.
Well, if you're zoning in on those two, Ramilia, as almost always, she has a very reserved look about her, and she gives nothing away. She's always, since you've known her, she's playing poker, and you have no idea what hand she has. But you almost see just like a little flicker on towards the side of her mouth when you notice that she sees your group, as if she's proud to have seen what you all have, stand your ground again, come back, victorious in these things. But it's like just a twinkle, and you're not even sure. Maybe it's your own perception. But other than that, you can't tell. You can't read her. And then who else you said?
Elia, the dragon, metallic dragon.
Right. They're
really the only two we trust offhand right now. So
the vibes you get from her is she's kind of has her head down like this, and she's looking underneath her brow, and it reminds you of like a cat who's has the shackles up, ready to pounce, ready, like kind of trying to hold its, like, the chaos back, right? Mm-hmm. You do see, who is this? Sorry, I got to bounce around through a lot of different pages. Ambassador Bronnavel.
Okay.
He's just like, you could just see his jaw clenching, right? You just see, and then you notice like he just keeps gripping his axe tighter and tighter and tighter. Most everybody else seems to be kind of have, the usuals have that air of arrogance about them and stuff, but those are the ones that you kind of notice. Like, there's certainly some people here who don't seem real happy about this here, and then most everybody else is being very political about this situation.
Can I make an insight check on the group of red wizards to see whom looks charge of their delegation and just to see if I can clock them so that I can keep an eye on them.
Yeah. So for the most part, you notice that although there are variants between the actual, am I saying species of these
Species
wizards?
or races?
Races, sorry, that's the one I want. Races of these wizards, they all continue to have this ashy skin and have shaved heads, have these large collars. But one in particular, a female who stands so it's the table, and then it seems like most of the delegation or most of the councils behind it, the red wizards are sweeping on both sides, left and right. But there is this female wizard of Thay, red wizard of Thay, who is up in front of the table closest to King Maladrock.
I'm going to keep an eye on her and whoever is on her right specifically.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as we're walking forward, I'm gonna try to grab Astrid and pull her behind Vommel because he's the biggest object in our vicinity, and just quickly say, "Can you? How close do you need to do the telepathic bond thing?"
I'm gonna have to check. Hold on. 120 feet.
How close is it? 120 feet to cast it, or 120 feet to?
I can speak telepathically to any creature I can see within 120 feet.
Would they be aware of it?
When they're talking to her, do you want to reach out to Ramilla and have a side conversation as we go forward with this?
We can. She doesn't particularly like it when I use that piece, but
she'll be aware of it, and it's probably
enough.
Yeah. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Not so we can just hang out behind Bramble forever, but I'm just trying to have a quick. I feel at least one of us can get an understanding of what we just walked into from someone else.
Bumble very clearly has no idea what's going on.
Well, yeah, that was my next question. Like, this is mostly an Emily question because I just don't really know all that much about the Red Wizards. Like, how well known are they? Like, is it like, are they relatively well known, or would it be like a scary bedtime story, kind of like, look out for the boogeyman type thing, or?
I would say do a history check.
Okay.
Okay. You have heard of the Red Wizards.
Okay.
And you've always heard it as like the boogeyman.
Okay.
But at this moment, when you see your own party react, there's a little bit more it's a little bit more concrete.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, you kind of heard it like every place you visited has some kind of boogeyman.
Yeah.
But your party's reaction to this is making you be like, "Oh shit!"
All right. DM, may I roll perception into kind of glance over all the council member and see? We already know like who probably is the most unhappy person among the council members that's seeing the Red Wizard. But can I roll perception to see who might be actually looking forward to the arrival of the Red Wizard?
I don't want you to roll. I don't want you to waste a check on it. I don't think, because you rolled one kind of earlier, right? Like you don't see anybody particularly gleeful. It's it's a matter of diplomacy that you notice.
Okay.
You do see people who are like seething, but you don't see. But that's it. It's either seething or diplomatic.
Okay.
And there's not a whole lot of variation in between.
Got it.
King Maladrak puts his hand out and he just... I'd like to introduce you to the delegation from Thay.
Just real quick, how many of them would we say there are? 'Cause you just said delegation. I'm just thinking
12.
like a sea of them. Okay, 12. Cool.
Yeah. You guys, good to see you all returning successfully from your previous mission, and understand that here in this hollowed halls, you are all safe. And that this is a home for diplomacy as we face the great dangers that we'll soon all be battling. I'd like to introduce you to Ilmic. She has come a long way and has brought to us a proposition. I would like you to understand that we have fully vetted the delegation, and Ilmitch herself submitted her to the Zone of Truth, and we believe that she has come to us with every intention to be truthful and honest, and we respect her integrity. As we all face this impending war with the cultists, I would like you all to give her the space to explain herself and what it is that we would like to do in order to help each other in these coming days that are going to be difficult for everyone. Because of you guys' continued success for Erica, we did volunteer your services. But of course, once you hear her out, it is your decision whether or not you'll help us pursue this avenue. Ilma.
Just as a general aside, I am looking at the Red Wizards for... We've only had a few interactions. Only one of them that I know of that got away. So that one wizard that left, I just want to make sure I don't see him among the 12.
Which wizard are you?
Rathmordor.
Yeah, the one that was on the sky ship.
As Boros is dead, Rathmordor is the one who jumped out of the sky castle and flew off.
With the dragon. We turned into a badger.
I know this because I went back to look because I had letters. I had picked up letters from Saravin, the leader of the dragon, the cult of the dragon, to Wrath Mordor, that we submitted to Ramilla at some point.
And I had a close encounter with him because I was invisible and pushed him off at one point. So I have a good idea of what he looks like.
Okay, so your investigation check that you had already had previously, you do not see Wrath Mordor anywhere in this group. All right, that was your question.
That was it. I just wanted to, you know, because you introduced us to one, but there were 12, and I just wanted to finish out the thought process my character would have gone through. Thank you.
I will say, at the proposition of what the King Malandruk had said about him offering our services to them based on their proposition, but allowing us to listen first, I'll turn to the rest of the group, look for like confirmation of head nods, and say your mind.
We got. We'll have to see what the time frame is, obviously, but we'll see what it is. Yeah.
I'm going to do a quick insight check on the king since he and I don't get along for some reason. He says, somewhat sarcastically, just trying to get what actual feel since I think I'm the one who dislikes him the most.
No, I'm right there with you, bud.
Get in line.
No idea. No idea.
Your insight check, neither hot or cold. Well, let me say,
upper, lower decks.
You've had limited interactions with royalty. You're kind of new to this world, but you just have a distrust towards them anyways. So you don't see anything, you don't have any insight, but you continue to dislike him.
Gotcha.
All right, so Ilmach steps closer to you, and she brings herself to the center of this gathering. She addresses you. I am Ilmach of the Red Wizards of Thay. And on the behest of Saztam himself, I was asked to come to the Sword Coast and speak with King Malandruk. She kind of turns and gives him a nod of to acknowledge his particular place in society. Turns back to you. Well, we have always been at odds for many reasons throughout history. We find ourselves on the same side. What the cultists are doing, what they plan to do, with the help of the exiled Red Wizards, to bring Tiamat back to this world, to lay waste to all who find themselves on this mortal plane. We cannot stand by. I believe that we have a common enemy. We believe that we may help. It seems as though the cultists are relying on some rituals done by those despicable outcasts, the Red Wizards, I believe you've come in contact with in the past. The Exiled. We are interested in joining forces, maybe just this once, to end this threat. But we would like you all to meet with Archeon Yeth. She has some questions that she would like to ask you all before we can commit. King Maldrak believes that you all are of the utmost integrity and would be fine ambassadors to the Sword Coast. We would like to host you for one evening. We, of course, promise you no harm. So long as no harm is bestowed on us. What we face is annihilation. All of us. And the proposal is that we join forces. We can combat those exiled Red Wizards and stop them from completing their ceremonies that might help raise Tiamat. We plan on leaving midday tomorrow. If you accept, we'll meet you portal downstairs. But for now, we're going to adjourn. And at the same time, all of the surrounding 11 Red Wizards who had been kind of like grouped in a half circles around, all kind of like flank Ilmach, and they are ushered up the stairway left of the main table. You guys usually go to the right? King Maldrak. Of course, you can expect Ramilla to fill you in a little bit more, but understand. Having her be vetted, we do not believe you are in any harm. Needless to say, we've sent you out for much more dangerous tasks. We would like you to be of the utmost diplomatic nature. If you accept this task, but it seems as though the cultist plans are moving quite quickly. It is no longer just the Sword Coast that is burning. They've wandered. They've started attacks much further inland than we expect. The wave and the arrogance of the cultists tells us that they are much further along in their plans than we had initially expected.
I think during with that statement, Val kind of just like has like a look of, well, no shit.
My only concern is that right now that why are we being asked to be the diplomats for this versus one of you? I'm sure many of you, if not most of you, have far better qualifications to do this task.
I'll be quite honest, it is beneath our nature. We are here, each one of these members of the council commands hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers. We are here every minute of the day, deciding where we attack, where we push back, where we retreat. Every single member of this council is needed here in this room as we fend off the attacks by the cultists. Yes, you're right. Any one of these members would be better suited for this task than you all. But their lives are much more valuable. You understand your place, correct? We provided you with shelter, weaponry, goods, so that you can help us fend off the greatest danger we've seen in a century.
With all due respect, you've been keeping your eyes on the coast of this plane and not heeded the words or the warnings that the threat that is faced does extend beyond the borders of your so-called kingdom.
You know very little, and you're speaking out of turn when you suggest that I am not aware of those things. You're not aware. You're just learning it. I've been well aware, and everyone here has been well aware much further. No. Much longer than you have been.
So, Your Highness,
Again, a look of like just like RBF just on Val's face this entire time.
Your
This
Highness
man literally said, "No, you."
if you're the one that were to decide what we do, and our options are to...
I stop you right there. You're speaking out of line. The first thing I said to you is if you choose to accept this. I have not made an order. I have never made an order of you all. I've merely asked for your assistance, and I've provided you an airship. I provided you goods. I provided you armaments.
And I'm
We've
just
given
merely
you
giving
intelligence. The Harpers have helped in every way possible. If you think you've done this on your own, you're a goddamn fool.
I am not suggesting that. I just wanted to ask.
Then change your tone when you speak to me.
Forgive me if my tone doesn't seem appropriate. But my question, if with all your tactics and stuff, I was curious what you would do in our situation. We have this option that you just provided us right now. The other option. Hold on.
No. I intended to do this, Alex. I intended to do this.
Can I just finish my speech, please?
No, I do not want you to finish your speech because we've been down this road before. So Valen basically waved his hand and kind of abruptly stopped the conversation and saying that we've all come this far. Every party involved with the crisis have sacrifices, and have devoted a lot of resources, regardless whom they're from or where they're from. Okay, so the question is simple: will we join forces with the Red Wizard? The question has been presented to us, so let's go back, figure it out. We can come up with an answer and reply with full respect to His Highness and to the rest of the council later. And actually, I'm gonna roll with perception. Roll persuasion on my own teammates, just so I can stop this interchange. So 19.
I think it's up to your team whether or not they want to roll against your persuasion.
I'm fine if you want to roll against me, but I already foreseen what's gonna happen if we keep arguing against the king's will. So
I think it's fair. Like if they want to, now it's up to them. Yeah, I think you did.
I wasn't
this
doing anything
played out
against
well.
his will. I was just gonna ask him a question.
the way we started the conversation didn't feel like we were.
I understand you were all interpreting what I was saying, and I couldn't make it sound any less sarcastic. But I was just going to ask him a question. But if we want to stop here, that's fine.
Okay, so
Val's fine with going back and discussing it outside of.
yeah, so then Valen turned to the king and the rest of the council. His Highness, Your Highness, apologize for the disruptions that my party may have created here, but if you would grant us your understanding, knowing our potential travel companions are the Red Wizards of Thay, I think our group needs to think it over before we actually agree to this task.
Of course.
Okay.
As I had mentioned before, Ramilla would brief you more in your chambers.
Good.
He sits down a little bit more coldly than you guys had seen him in the past, and he has not ever really been a fan of your guys's. At least openly. Ramilla stands up, you hear chair kind of like squeak against the marble flooring. You hear that familiar like click clacking of the boots across this echoing hall as she leads you all up into your guys' chamber.
She's like a cat at the vet.
After climbing this spiral staircase, she leads you into that group chamber that separates the bedrooms and lets out a sigh of exhaustion before she turns and gets her face back into her, gets her poker face back on and has her hands behind her.
Is there a couch in the room?
Yeah, there's like some.
I'm grabbing a couch
seats,
and laying down on it.
Okay.
We can. I'm not standing up for this conversation.
Always an interesting, never a dull moment, is what I like to say.
Some days I wonder why no thinks that there is lands and people, existence, sea.
There. We have some time. Let's just talk it over.
Well, everybody believes they're the main character of their own story. What we need to understand is that you all were presented with a gift, and that is to say no. If you do say no, unfortunately, I will have to exit this room and plan accordingly.
So, in terms of
But-
information, do we know what task this delegation had provided? They just told us to meet them downstairs tomorrow by midday at a portal. Which we all know I'm very capable of just jumping through a portal blindly, but that's normally chasing something or along those lines. Going in with a group that I currently consider probably an enemy, willingly going through that kind of portal.
That hurts a little bit.
The fuck are you talking about?
Never mind. Continue.
All right.
Assuming we're all going with you. Just
Assuming you accept this particular mission, I can provide this. And she pulls from a pocket inside of her vest a handful of letters, envelopes, sealed with the king's seal. These here, these are warrants issued saying that you have the protection of the entirety of the Sword Coast and the Harpers. And if any harm were to come on you, that a war would be waged. That this fragile trust that we all have would be shattered, and the Red Wizards of Thay, who have continued to operate in their own lands, will no longer find themselves safe even there. But this is merely threats. I believe they find that credible. So you do have this form of protection. Understand that the Red Wizards of Thay came to us, and Ilmak willingly put herself up to interrogation. To assure that she is on our side. She's merely asking that we send a delegation of our own to meet with their leadership, to meet with Tarkion, Ezaldra, Yeth, to do the same.
Put that in the chat. For the next 5 minutes, he was just typing
Yeah.
out random consonants. Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense.
Fucking nightmare. No.
So you guys think that meeting with the leadership of this supposed central faction or original faction of the Red Wizard, any will get us anywhere? So we know that previously we've encountered factions of the Red Wizards that have been aligned with the Dragon Cult as exiles of the Red Wizards of Thay, and another faction which we just encountered, which was
work in progress,
working towards the resurrection of the Dracolit. and now we have this third faction of the Red Wizards, which seems to be against the idea of the return of Tiamat and the inevitable destruction of material.
Okay. I'm gonna roll history and see if I know enough to comment about Red Wizards.
Okay.
God dang it.
I-
Terrible day, man.
I will
also
say
going to.
I already have information on the Red Wizards, which we gathered from the Harpers earlier.
Right.
Post that in.
Valen, what you do know about them is, again, like a little bit more, again, like they're the boogeymen, right? So you've heard of this sect of wizards out there, far out there, as far away from the Sword Coast as some can imagine, who live in this desolate, hellscape, who are served by zombies and these dead creatures, and that they, you've heard stories that they want to, they come and they dig up your bodies, they dig up your dead, so that they can continue to build their army, things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But anything factual, you don't know that much about.
Okay.
Vamal, a little bit the same, right? You guys all continue to hear. You guys know stories of the boogeyman. Now, Val, are you going to share that?
That's
Yeah,
what we've
I'll
been-
say that was what we got from Ramilla earlier. This was back in May of last year. Yay, note taking. So over a year ago, when I gave her the letters, we got some information, and that's what I wrote down.
Ramilla steps forward, and what we do know about the Red Wizards of Thay is that at some point there was a insurrection. Some of it call a resurrection of wizards. They tried to overthrow Zastam. And in doing so failed. And were exiled from Thay. So this would very nice. Aborojas was one of the exiled, as well as Rathmodor. They are very interested in finding Rathmodor. Who are you attacking, Vamal? They're very interested in finding Rathmodor, as he was one of the main insurrectionists that escaped. From what we gather, the insurrectionists are siding with the cultists so that they could resurrect Tiamat, so that they can rain down his temper on Thay. That is why they are so desperate for our help. What they ask is that they're going to provide services to help us counter those red wizards. They would like to sit on the council with a small delegation here on the Sword Coast. With my understanding is that they're going to be able to find the insurrectionists, the exiled, and continue to deal with them in their manner.
So they're looking to gain power within the Sword Coast, have a seat on the council here.
No.
Through
They simply want access to our information so that they can chase down their enemies, the exiled. Once Tiamat has been dealt with, they will no longer remain on the Sword Coast. They don't particularly like to be outside of Thay. They're xenophobic in that way.
Then go.
You're muted though.
So you don't hear lower decks in the background.
Gotcha. But it seems like you were raising your hand, so we assumed you wanted to talk.
I wrote it and was doing it in character. The king does not like us. Would accepting this help ease those tensions, as unless we are going a very different direction, this constant friction is a detriment to our mission.
Agree. Completely agree.
And while lowlanders are very strange, we do not have time when she is being awakened. What is the true purpose of this? That is my question. Are we trying to gather possible allies, root out yet another traitor, or curry favor with the one who is the figurehead of this city and gives power to many whom we rely upon?
I think at the situation, well, look at how the council members reacted at the present of the Red Wizards. I think by agreeing to this, if the ultimate goal for the Red Wizards is to basically deal with their internal affairs, and then they will be off away from the Sword Coast, we can actually benefit from this by agreeing to this, like from the multiple fronts. Like we can curry favor with the council members for those who basically don't like the Red Wizard be at their presence, and at the same time, if the true goal of this, I guess, like mission is truly eliminate or maybe absorb the rebel faction of the Red Wizards, and the Red Wizard, once they're done, they will be leaving the Sword Coast. I don't think that has any negative to the situation we're dealing with right now.
There is a negative, and it's the one that we always have and we keep pushing off. And it's the longer we delay on our other problem, the bigger and more complicated it makes everything else.
You're talking about the dragon cultists?
No.
Or
our need to go to our need to go to another plane and deal with our problem.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that the bigger problem is
not
your
bigger
quarrel? Because you understand that they're rising a 5-headed dragon god to decimate the Sword Coast. And you think this is a speed bump in the way of your more pressing issue?
There's two parts to it, which is why I was going to originally ask and give the option to the king to see what his great wisdom would have came up with. But if I may, we have option one is we go right now to be errand boys, which none of us for this part are really qualified for. and go out to Thay, sort out whatever problems they have going on right now in Thay, and do that right now, while our other problem seems to pop up whenever we're least expect it and do serious damage to those around us. And it isn't a small problem. It is definitely interplanar, and its only solutions is for us to deal with it at its source. It will impact our success, if not everyone's success, with dealing with the Dragon Cultists and stopping Tiamat.
They
And every time we
may
delay, we
rise
voice.
Tiamat tomorrow, and it will rain down fire and brimstone across the Sword Coast, killing millions. Alternatively, you travel to the Nine Hells to face a handicapped tiger and some
Did she know about
winged
the Rakshasa?
demons. I know
Does she know about the Rakshasa?
everything. It is my business to know about everything. In fact, I've given you information on those that have been seeking you. And I told you how they found you originally when you wandered into a bar here in this city and used your name and your thieves' cant.
Then if that's
As
the
like
case,
a
then
lightning
you know
strike.
what we're dealing with in that it's not a petty nor non
It
or
is
trivial.
in the definition of petty and trivial. It is you're staking millions of lives over your own.
That's you have to agree, Dark King. It
Every
is.
Are we still using Darwa King as his name?
Oh,
it's
sorry.
Are we
Leah.
still
Leah.
using this ruse? Are we still pretending that he is not known? That his history hasn't come back to bite him?
Yeah,
In
Leah.
fact, he's saying that his own past is on display and that he needs to finish his clip these loose ends before the rise of a dragon god who wants to annihilate. Yes, Famo.
Yes, you in the front.
I am trying to roleplay his body actions.
I know. No, that's perfect. It's amazing.
Like I don't know where he's sitting because he can't fit any of the furniture.
you're sitting on the ground, but you're still taller than most of us.
I imagine you're still just standing, like you wedged through the door, and you're just still standing by the door, like.
Oh no. We got one of those giant pillows, like the really big pillows for him to sit on, like the
We call it a rug now.
Yeah.
But it was a pillow.
No, not well, yeah, but like the ones that you would have in like in tent cities when you sit in nomadic
Pretty funny for
camping.
him.
Right. Like I would say like we would probably have had one of those for him at this point.
Oh, he will. So when he puts his hands down, it's on the ground, and just that kind of like rock on rock sound as every single digit goes like dink 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 dink. I am thankful for my bard's input. I am thankful for my rogue's point. What I was waiting for, and perhaps I was not clear.
I can't hear you. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, I was trying to do the deep rumbling voice. Apologies. I am thankful for my bard's voice. I am thankful for my rogue's insight. What I had asked, and I was not clear enough, was what you thought of this mission, and if this would help patch the rift between us, who is also out there fighting the cultists and trying to stop this, and the king. I have no love for him. I have never been unclear about that. by what he has done to those whom I serve. But this bickering does not matter in the face of the heresy that the cultists have just committed. I agree that these wizards, whose magics were just used, perverted or not, to desecrate the bones and souls of dragonkind, can this be used to stop this foolish feud, so perhaps the safety of the Sword Coast can become paramount?
I'm with you.
Looking right at her because
He's
she has
talking
the
to Ramilla.
king's. Yeah, to Ramilla. Like he's listening, but he's like, focus on
Uh-huh.
Ramilla, who has the king's ear.
It is of zero importance to the king whether or not you like him. Understand that. His duty is to the Sword Coast and the many millions of beings who live along. He is tasked with the survival of
The
humanity,
world.
of the world.
Unfortunately, he doesn't realize his sight goes nowhere beyond the sword.
Let us
with
not
everything that
make
he says.
that judgment, as that was literally the argument we just had.
Mm-hmm.
He can. He understands that beyond his realm exists other millions upon millions of other innocent lives. And he thinks that Tiamat's return jeopardizes far beyond his realm. And that is why he's putting every effort forward to combat this issue. What he knows is far greater than what you don't know.
I understand what you say and what you do
Daily,
not.
we task ourselves with flanking, moving, shifting armies, jeopardizing lives, saving countless others to combat this evil. Val, you're joining the ranks of the Harpers, and you've done a tremendous job. I find you to be commendable in so many ways. Astrid, from the get-go, we gather information. It is our duty to know about things others haven't fathomed. It is incredibly naive to think that King Maldrock, who has lived hundreds of years, isn't far more knowledgeable than we are.
That was just a perfectly timed cackle.
Was so funny at the time.
I guess I've lowered that
He is not more knowledgeable. Like, yes.
No, he
The
is
laugh,
far more
the
knowledgeable.
laugh
He's
track
far
has
more
been
knowledgeable.
great so far.
You laughed at a very dramatically inappropriate moment. Well done. Sorry, Viva.
If it is too great a task to rely on you all, and it is more appropriate for you all to go deal with your personal gripes in the world, and then tomorrow morning present yourself to the council and let them know you're not up to this particular assignment. We will continue to combat this ever growing danger to the entirety of the world. You chase your tails.
I will say here and now that my vote is
You're dropping
You
in.
broke
further
up.
the
David.
What
survival.
was
Yeah.
that, David?
I'll
Yeah, you
say
broke up.
I'm going to say Val speaks up and says, I will say that my vote is always going to be to further the survival of those that inhabit the material plane first and foremost. So, of these currently two options, if the only way forward for us to try and prevent the coming of Tiamat is to go help the Red Wizards of Thay, then that is what I will be doing. Even if it's against the wishes of the rest of you, that's what I will be doing. But I will say that there is a piece of information that we still need to address that has not been brought up with the greater council, but with that we do have at this point. That
What is that?
when we fought in the Tower of Zonthal, there was a Dracolich that was raised, and it was raised through the power of
The Red Wizard.
a ritual with the blue dragon mask and an Afridi from hell. The Afridi told us that in this ritual, the blue dragon mask lost its power, and he would restore it if we were to put him back to rest in the Nine Hells somehow. So, and Val pulls out the broken and charred blue dragon mask and says, we have apparently other reasons to go to the Nine Hells, and I'm not saying that this trumps any other reason for us to go do anything else. But I'm also wondering if these masks are not part of the key to returning Tiamat to her power, why would we not want to keep this in a state of being broken and unusable in the cultist rituals to bring her back?
Exactly. If it being broken and destroyed is the same as us having it in our possession and not in theirs, it's just another strike against their potential power. What good would restoring it do other than potentially it falling back into their hands
Yeah.
and becoming
don't
a
think
weapon against us?
Was the only reason that we were going to the hell for the Freddy to restore the mask, or was it also to give us information about where they were and stuff like that? Because he's also going to give us
There
that
is a
information.
stronghold. The next stronghold of the cultists is within hell as well. It is not just for personal vendetta. However, while I will not see eye to eye, I see the value of recruiting allies. One does not win wars by themselves. Not even the greatest Khans could own the plains without Vanguard. The Hells are not going anywhere, unfortunately. And while the sarcasm perhaps was not needed, I understand the point of it. As looks at Romello. Nate will take the green gem from his pouch and put it in front of him. I cast my vote to deal with these wizards because I am more concerned with the possibility that the blue dragon mask, the white dragon, and the red dragon can be used to control the dragons, which may give us an edge that we need to survive this upcoming apocalypse. And then he will kind of like lean back and just look like a giant boulder, which happens to have a giant mallet in his hands.
Before you guys have a chance to speak, Ramilla looks at Astrid with a very. She's not mad. She's just disappointed. Astrid, I would like you to do a history check.
May you roll better than the rest of us.
Nope.
Yes. On fire.
And then you just hear her kind of like sip through her teeth when Astrid, you may be losing your edge. You're certainly no you certainly are not unaware of the beings and the people that live in the Nine Hells, and I had assumed you had known more about the Afridi than clearly you do. But what is one of their main characteristics? What is one of the things that you can count on every single one of them to do?
Lie and manipulate.
Lie and manipulate. And so this Ifrit promised to restore a dragon mask if you returned it to the Nine Hells, its home.
Is almost still carrying the body?
Probably in his bag, honestly. Because it would fit.
It was.
Oh. Sorry, I'm thinking.
Not sure how to respond right now. The idea that you all were so easily willing to turn your backs on the Sword Coast to follow the lies of the Ifrit.
I just want to clarify. I was clear that I said I'm voting to talk to the Red Wizards. Like that's. I want to make sure that that was what was heard.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
just the idea that like you guys were all like, yeah, like if I take this dragon mask to hell, like, and his body.
Out of
You
game,
guys-
I completely did not hear that in the original like plan that was a thing. So when you said that at the beginning of today's session, I wrote it down, and that's why I was referencing it. I completely missed that yet last time.
I have just to return the Ifrit's body to hell was part of the thing, and he would give us information, but I didn't have anything. I didn't have anything about the blue dragon mask being restored.
Yeah, none of us were like.
Okay.
I just think I'm really the character thought that they can be used to manipulate the chromatic dragons to save us later. That's what my focus is.
Sure.
I could deal with that. I don't trust the Ifrit. I just know that there's a stronghold down there I'm gonna go smash.
I mean, I think either way we get the blue dragon mask to the metallic dragons, like as it is. They can make a decision on the next steps with it. They'll probably just finish doing with it what they want.
Needless to say,
Character, I apologize.
if you would like to follow the quest line of this demon who promises you.
There's an elemental.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's part of my business to know whom I am in conflict with at most times.
Far be it me to stop you. But maybe we focus on the greater danger, and you can take that disgusting body who's may or may not be leaking all over this carpet right now, and back to the Nine Hells. But I promise you, it can wait.
It wouldn't be a return home for us unless we brought a dead body, right?
It's not the least expected thing from you all.
We're just sticking to the name. We're on
Yes,
brand.
you guys have certainly. You guys have a wheelhouse, and you continue to stay in it. Well, here's
It's
what
a
we
lot
know
louder.
about this trip to Thay. You may be the first delegates from the Sword Coast to enter Thay in 100 years. It is a vile, desolate landscape. They are a harsh society in which they value their lots in life. So, if you were to go, you address everybody by their title. And I'm looking at you, big guy. They really like their necromancy.
You think he's the biggest problem with messing up titles?
Astrid, they really like their undead. In fact, that is almost the entirety of the inhabitants of Thay.
Wonderful.
But we are there as diplomats. We are there because they want to make sure that we are going to work with them and provide them the opportunity to work with us. So, we need to not be hot-headed, arrogant, short-tempered. This is a possibility. In all honesty, I think this is the biggest risk other than
Yes,
hero
we are a
lives.
very large risk, in all honesty.
No. However, we are at war. We will not be okay. We will not always pick the place of battle.
We're not going to battle. We're going to talk.
This is
And
not
if
battle.
That is battle, just not with force of arms. It is a battle of wits.
Well, then maybe you should stay behind, big guy.
Happily.
Which begs the question:
No.
do you want us to
Kidding.
go if this is what it is? Because
I think ultimately we have to decide for ourselves. And I, for one, vote with Val. It's for the bigger picture.
I understand that. I'm just
Within the last several months, it is you all that have created a name along the Sword Coast that has given us the opportunity to not send those on the council. Diplomacy is not your strong suit, but currently M&A carries a lot of weight. And without losing some of the resources, the very, very valuable resources of those members of the table downstairs, we are asking this of you. Can you do this? And if you don't believe you can, you're more than welcome to say no.
if we say yes and things don't go well, is it still on us?
If you say yes, and inevitably when things don't go well.
Correct. That's what I was implying.
Of course, I got the context. It won't matter that it was on you. Because what happens next is the rise of Tiamat. What happened next is the annihilation of the realm. And there will be no one to make a footnote about the mishaps of M&A. So, what can we lose?
With everything we've done so far, we've made a name for ourselves. Do you think we've made a difference?
You're only going to have made a difference if we defeat Tiamat. If
But
Tiamat rises
have we slowed Tiamat thus
understand
far?
this. We're in the middle of it. We can't tell our place in history while we're experienced. No one's writing songs about you now.
Valen might.
No, he doesn't. I tried. He doesn't want to.
Oh, you don't want to hear the song I want to write right now.
You've certainly gathered crucial information. You've helped tremendously as we ramp up to it. But if Tiamat is raised, none of this matters. None of it. We'll all be forgotten.
So then I have a
You-
question.
You all journey through the remains of your own homeland, correct? Do you remember the adventurers? Do you know the shopkeepers? Do you know the guards, the names of the guards? History washes away everything. Tiamat will decimate it all. We'll find out where our place in history is if we defeat him. Only if. Sorry, Val. Go ahead.
If we are to go on to this delegation mission and represent the Sword Coast, are there any other parties power that we need to discuss or include in our delegation? Are there any from the Council of Dragons that we should bring with? Is there anyone from the Lord's Alliance that we should bring with us? Not an entire group, but
Representative.
someone from that group.
I'll ask King Moldrak if maybe he's willing to send somebody else from the council.
I know our group. It does. Yeah, it doesn't. I agree. It doesn't have to be from the council. But it's somebody who can help with the delegations and help navigate the discussions that are had, either from the Lord's Alliance or from the Council of Dragon. Since these are both powers at play that we are currently aligned with, try and stop those that are trying to TMS the world.
Okay. I'll bring that discussion up with them. you all talk amongst yourselves for the evening. I will let you know once I've talked with the king whether or not he's willing to add someone to your party to help with this task. Again, we can assure you that Ilmok has provided significant information and has proven herself reliable. Zone of Truth says that she has every intention to uphold her end of the. All we need is for you guys to go subject yourself to the same amount of, put your integrity on the line as they question you all, so we can form this alliance.
They're going to zone of truth us? Is that what you just implied?
I imagine.
Okay.
I imagine. And since you all have no reason to lie for the king, it has seemed like the best compromise that we could find. We're not sending his lackeys. We're not sending his own delegation. We're sending a party who's made a name for themselves for having integrity and sticking up for the Sword Coast. The reason we've selected you is because they understand that you all have the interests of the greater good, of the innocents. All right, get some rest. You guys all look like shit. And she walks out the door as she has to maneuver around Vamel, and closes the door behind her.
Can I catch her as she leaves? I'll go out the door or open the door and go out as well.
Okay.
I don't know if we want. Okay. Well, I'll just.
Well, is this discussion you'd like to have here in the stairwell, or should we continue up further to the roof?
Let's keep going.
Okay. The two of you make this very, very arduous and long climb up the spiraling staircase until you reach the roof of the spire. I think we're okay to talk here.
I want to apologize. The opportunity to go back clouded my judgment.
It's understandable. You all have many irons in the fire. And many of you feel like the walls are closing in on you because your histories, your past are coming to light. Focus is something that we constantly have to work at. You continue to be an incredible asset to the Harpers. There's no reason to ask for forgiveness. We appreciate the aid you continue to give.
But that slip, it could have hurt everyone. You know, you, the Harpers, everyone in this city, everyone on this coast. all because of some silly need for revenge.
It's remarkable how many of us that are drawn to this line of work have similar stories, similar. The world is a deadly and dangerous place. And you're not drawn to this line of work because you've had an easy life. I grew up here on the Sword Coast, abandoned as a child, running through the streets of Baldur's Gate, having to fend for every ounce of food, just fighting for a decent place to sleep most nights. And it was after so much trauma and harm came my way that I discovered that knowledge was a currency, information was a currency, and that I could seek my revenge on those who harmed me. By gathering that information and but I was spent a long time finding my own demons and making the wrong choices because my thirst for revenge was greater than my willingness to do good. In truth, and I'll be completely honest with you, do both. Help those in need, help us continue to be the Harper that you are, and I will help you get your revenge.
I appreciate
I owe
that.
you that much.
You don't owe me anything, and you know that.
We owe each other. I believe you all will make the right choice.
I think we will.
She steps up on the ledge. And then she leans forward and plummets. And you just hear this. And then you remain on the top of on the spire, alone with the night sky above you.
I hate it when she does that.
Did she just Batman out of there?
I know, right?
I'll go back down because I'm sure everybody will want to discuss.
When you finally make your way back into your guys' space, you remark on seeing. First of all, you see Darfarius, who's finally out of the hammer, just like eating all that plates of grapes and cheeses that they always have there, the nuts and everything. you remark on seeing Valen, Liam, Vamel, but Val is nowhere to be seen.
Oh,
And that's where we're going to take a break.
no.
Ben's the DM now.
But
Yes.
Right.
You're all doomed.
Doomed. Doomed. All right, well, we wait for Terry to turn his camera on. All right, so where we left off is that you guys were given the option to help out the council. Didn't seem like the alternative. There's much of an alternative. But certainly you guys were told several times that you do have an option to say yes or no. To travel to Thay and meet with the Red Wizards who continue to live in that region. And that is solely up to you guys whether or not you do decide. Astrid had a one-on-one with Ramilla, her mentor. Once she returned back to the group, there was one individual who was missing. What we're going to pick up is we find Val, who is scurrying across the rooftops of Waters Deep, kind of like hiding in the shadows,
Like
jumping between buildings.
possessed.
As he
Okay.
continues,
Rolls for that.
continues. No, this is just your skill. This is your basic skill, like this. You continue north until you kind of meet one of the bigger walls. As you kind of hide in the shadows of a nearby rooftop, you wait for them to pass, and then you hop very quickly through that until you reach the outskirts of Waters Deep, and you continue on a path. It's kind of barren. If you didn't know where the path was, you wouldn't have seen it. It's almost like a goat's path or something. Through like this thick undergrowth until you come across some ruins.
As I walk up to these ruins, I take a look around just to get a general sense of the area, and if I feel like it's clear, I'm gonna give a signal that Val would know. And in my head, it would be kind of like a bird call, but David cannot do any of these, and it wouldn't be any of these dumbass noises that everybody else is making. But Eva has
something way cooler.
Yeah, something way cooler. And he would give out a call to see if he gets a return call. Something that like came to his mind from some time in his past. Something that he remembered.
So in the dark of night, with the backdrop of these thousands of stars, you look at this abandoned and fragile shelter that's crumbling upon itself. And as you make this call, you kind of see this shadowy figure lurch across the top of it. And you do this like almost high pitch, undetectable whistle. Roll for. Someone's gonna sneak up on you. What is that?
Perception.
Yeah, roll for perception, please.
Nice.
As you stare up at this building and make the sound, something grabs your ankles and pulls you, and you fall flat on your face. And then you just hear this cackling laugh.
Ah, fuck.
As Artie just rolls laughing. You've been so shit at making calling that whistle. It's just unbelievable. I can't believe of all
It's
the things
hard
like you could
to
hit.
do when you just do it off of memory, but not actually knowing how to do things. I only remember this from what the memories that you gave me, and you're doing it through your dragon mouth bullshit, and I don't have that to do it, and I can't make the same damn noises. So it's hard.
A million excuses.
Oh
A
god.
million. So you look okay. You survived.
Survived, fought a
You smell like
Rackalish.
death. Yeah, nope, I got that.
Yeah, you could pick up on that, I'm sure.
Yeah, it smelled like dead dragon. You breath. Did you eat it?
No.
Just the dragonborn. Gotcha. Come on.
Yeah.
Come inside.
I
Artie
did.
leads
I
leads you
follow.
inside the temple. It's in disarray, but you see the multitudes of the other chromatic dragons in their, or not chromatic dragons, the metallic dragons in their human forms as they're trying to clean up and put back together this temple.
Has Val knows where this is, but has Val spent time here before in his memory?
Yeah, you're familiar with it.
Okay.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Briefly, because your interactions with the metallics has always been on different planes.
Because I'm wondering if Val would have known where this was through the memories that Artie gave him from Artie's perspective, why he knew him here. But Val hadn't actually.
Yeah, so that's how you knew where it was at.
Yeah.
But the inside, this is all new to you. Like, part of the essence that he gave back to you was his memories as well. You know the significance of this place. This is Bahamut's temple. This is what remains. And it only remains like this because Bahamut left this plane of existence so long ago.
Can I say that before Val walks into the grounds, he pulls down his hood and the mat, like his face covering. I don't know if he's actually wearing a covering, but also unbuckles and takes off the black dragon armor and puts it in his the bag of holding, just out of like as a sign of respect to not tread on these grounds while that might still be a sore point. So
I missed everything you said because my headphones cut out.
I'm just gonna say before
getting
Val
naked.
walks in, before Val walks into the grounds, he's going to take down his hood and then take off the black dragon armor and just leave his tunic underneath, and put his black dragon armor in the bag of holding to just to out of a sign of respect for knowing that was a sticking point before, and he doesn't want, like, he knows the people that he's about to walk among, but he also knows that he is safe here, so he doesn't need to show any kind of hostility.
Gotcha. Yeah. As Artie walks you into this, like, the main hall of this temple, standing at the opposite end on the balcony, is the gold metallic dragon, and she puts her hands on the banister, but you can see, even though she's in her human figure, you can see like almost like the figure of the dragon lurching over it with its head kind of like peering down towards you.
Val will give a respectful nod, and then look around and ask Artie, well, it looks like you all have been doing some work here. Is there anything that I can do. I wanted to talk for a little while, but I might be able to
No,
help out
that's
you guys.
let's let the old folks clean. Come on, and he pulls you through the floors, and he chases, and he kind of like runs you over to a particular room in the temple. It faces to the east. Has like this kind of shattered stained glass, but it has like the frame. The glass is missing, but the frame is still there, and it is, depicts the imagery of the metallics flying and stuff. And he's just like, yeah, I never really spent much time here before we left. Um, but it seems uh it seems to tell a tale. You know, we left here, we ventured throughout the different planes, and now we're coming back to clean up the mess that we left behind after we left. I'm using the excuse that I'm too young. I'm too young to clean up. I'll let that for them old geezers back there.
That may or may not come back to bite you. Yes, but
Yeah, well, I'll let it come back to bite me.
okay. Well, it's not every day that you get to see your friends.
Well, I refuse to call you a friend. So what do you want?
Oh, that's rude and hurtful.
I like it.
You know specifically that the way to get at me is to attack me emotionally, and I don't really allow many people to do that. Physical things, that's whatever. Magic can fix that, but emotional stuff, that's rude. All right.
How come magic can't fix that eye? What is that? The scars? Oh my god.
Unfortunately, it's magic that put it here, so I don't think magic can get away.
Well,
At least not magic that I know of.
even though
But
it
you know me, I'm not a magic.
ruined your face, it almost makes you look better. I knew you before. You're almost prettier now.
Honestly, listen,
Scars are cool.
scars
get
are
it.
cool. I'm just happy to be here and, grow in apparently a
What has happened to you?
appearance.
What are we talking about? Our actual feelings?
No, that's where
What is-
you went.
No, I was trying to say
Where?
you're ugly. Are we talking about our feelings?
No,
Oh
incorrect.
my god, they've ruined you.
They have. It's been a long day. And that Dracolich was a
Dracolich? It wasn't just your breath. Seriously,
No.
it was a Dracolich?
it was a Drac. They
Holy shit.
the cultists revived a blue dragon based on its remains. With the help of an Ifrit, and Val pulls out the ruined blue dragon mask and the power of apparently destroying this artifact. From what I can tell, it's been rendered useless, which might honestly help.
You know, from what we gathered from these dragon masks, they're tied to the masks are tied to the type of dragons that they can control. The desecration of that particular mask was so that it could control a desecrated dragon. It's shitty reality to think that that's where we're at right now.
I mean, I've heard of dragons spending time to follow Lichdom to find a new source of power. But this didn't seem like it was the dragon's choice to do it. This seemed like it was twisted and forced into something.
Well, yeah. Can you think of other ways that dragons have been twisted and forced into your armor? Your armor. Yeah. No, it happens.
You all know
Not
that
your armor.
the
Not your
moment
armor.
that
Hold
I
on,
showed
hold
up,
on.
I said
Not
that
your
I would
armor. I get it.
give
But
it
the thing
away,
I'm
lay it
trying
to
to
rest,
say
and move
is
on.
that we are powerful beings. Probably the best beings around. And it will never be an end to those that try to wield our power through, no help of ours. We're certainly not always asked politely. Yeah, no, it's probably pretty shitty to see. And I know, you're part of the herd. You've ridden with us. And that probably wasn't easy for you to see. And he kind of just wraps his arm around you real quick and, you know. So, was it the cook that beat it?
No, it was definitely our fair paladin who absolutely put the the essence of terror into the undead dragon.
Yeah, no, she scares the shit out of me. I can see it.
Yes.
I was
Yeah.
rooting for the cook, but I can see it.
Yeah, but I did what I could to
I'm sure you helped.
try. It was weird. They summoned it in a pocket dimension, which is
Really?
just strange. But as we left, I tried to undo that bubble and scatter the remains into the astral sea, so that hopefully no one else can create what they did.
Yeah, no, if you're gonna do something unholy as that, you probably want to remain off the radar. Yeah.
But
Some of the more despicable things we came across is, that fine line in between dimensions, right?
it's not an easy path. But
What better place to do ungodly things than off the radar of all the gods? Where I
tread where they
masturbate.
don't watch.
Just kidding.
Listen. But then Val will sit there and bring out the sword and says,
Bring out the what?
the sword.
Oh.
And he puts it he holds it out across his lap and says, so something's been on my mind since I got back from the Fae with my, and he air quotes, visit with Dandelion. She handed me this, and I don't quite remember why we were looking for this back when the three of us were together.
That is not supposed to exist. That was just a dream we had. That was never supposed to exist. How do you have that?
And then this is outside of the game. Viva, have I spoken with Artie since getting back from the Fae?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
I don't think. Okay. So Val, back in character, he says, I mean, if this was just a dream, I'm not sure how it came into being. We were in the Fae, and I met Lion again, and she wasn't the same. Something had its claws in her. She was, if you can believe it, she was a child. She acted and looked like a doll.
Doesn't
And
sound like her.
Not the terrifying huntress that we've known her to be.
Doesn't sound at all like what I remember.
She was the serious one out of the three of them, which is terrifying. No, comparative to like.
No, and then you seem like you switched places with her. You're such a bore now. But it doesn't make much sense. I know we talked about wielding, crafting out of the essence of the astral plane. I know we talked about taking the magnificent weapons that Lion had there and submerging them in the abyss. But
well, I think at some point she must have figured it out. If you don't know when she did this, because I was not there, and I'll unsheath the blade and show him the how the metal like is alive, like that pattern on it. This the other crazy thing is that it wasn't doing this. It wasn't doing this until today when we were in one of those pocket spaces and the sword literally ate the stars out of space around us in this extraplanar corridor. And then Val will like hold it, and apparently he can now do this, and then in his offhand he'll summon the secondary sword, which is just like the astral sea, just like out of the back of those dreams seem to have come real.
You know, before we lost touch with her, she asked me a lot about how horde weapons work. Oftentimes, enchanted weapons that sit inside of a dragon's horde continue to gain strength and power as the horde grows. Maybe it's possible that the more that sword sits within the astral plane,
Oh. And we're waiting.
I heard something snap, but then he walked away.
Oh, outside of his.
Well, he didn't lose internet. He's still there, so I don't know what that was.
Let's go down to the lobby.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry, guys. My son was scaring the shit out of me.
Oh,
He just kept kept pulling the door slightly. And he's and then
Look,
when
if I want to be murdered, just
ran-
murder me quickly. Don't
Dude,
just
yeah,
build it
just
up.
kill me.
Just get it over
and then
with.
I jumped around the corner. He's wearing a Fortnite mask. Oh my god.
That is your
All right,
child, Carlos.
where was I?
100%.
I know I'm proud and terrified at the same time. I don't know what to do. So Artie is just saying,
Artie was talking about the horde.
yeah,
Horde weapon idea.
there's stories of these, items that gain strength through, the accumulation of a horde. Maybe Lion found a way that it works the same. The longer it steeps inside of the astral plane, that the abyss.
Wait,
I don't know, but I think it's
the
fucking
astral
wild.
plane or the abyss? Those are two very different places. You've been to both.
The astral plane.
Okay. The abyss is where demons are, and there's 99
yeah.
levels of those, and that's
I looked into the astral plane and it seemed like an abyss.
it. It is very void-like.
Yes. Same with your mouth.
What?
Nothing. So let me swing that thing.
Val attempts to hand him the astral blade, and it kind of just like, as he releases it, it just dissipates into like inky darkness and kind of just like falls to the ground, and then reappears in Val's hand. Is like, well, maybe try like here, and he'll.
Nah, whatever. I get it. If you wanted me to play with it, you'd let me, asshole. All right, what do you want?
Well, I don't know. We just came back, and I didn't know if we had a whole lot of time, so I tried to come see
You came to
those.
show
that I
off
haven't
your
seen.
fucking cool sword that you won't let me touch.
Well, I mean, I wanted
Yeah,
to
no,
get
I
some
get it,
information on
I
it,
get it.
but I also wanted to come see an old friend. But like, then you have the whole thing about you not actually calling us, just kind of rude.
Old person, old dragon,
I don't consider you an old dragon. I know the other old dragon.
You make it so hard for me to love you.
Isn't that part of my charm?
Yeah, I guess. The only part of your charm. Anyways, we'll probably be here for a little while, cleaning up this mess.
Do
I
you
mean,
guys
we're
mind if
gone
I
for a
bring-
couple centuries, and it's just like this whole fucking thing falls apart.
Yeah. Fortunately, things go to ruin when people aren't around. My home is the same way, but not really interested in trying to go back and fix up that city.
Yeah. But your brother's interested. He's looking for something.
Always.
Anyways.
I know we'll get there eventually. We may end up going out to Thay, but would you want anyone to come by here to help tomorrow before we head out with the restoration?
No, we're good. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of the old folks, they want to restore the temple, start making amends for abandoning the Sword Coast. And this is their penance. I'm trying not to do that. So, because that sounds boring as shit. Let them have their penance. I I didn't leave the Sword Coast. I was already gone when we met, so it wasn't my choice. So let them old fogies do that. They'll fix it up. I mean, I'm sure your big guy will
I was
get
about
a
to
hard
say,
on.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
I'm
I
sure.
have one person who would
Yeah, no,
really
he'll
want to come see this place.
he'll get a real boner for it. But like, Adam, I'm not worried about it. Let him know. Don't tell him. Don't tell him that. Let him fix it up. So he's really
Let them fix it
blown
up
away.
before he comes over to see it.
Yeah. Let him. I mean, no one ever likes to see, you know, your wagon before you put the wheels on it because
I
it's
mean,
just a box.
but he is a very avid follower and does seem to be really like probably dig on the whole restoring the holy sanctum of his faith with his own
Tell
hand.
you what, if they start asking me to actually do the work, I will.
Just let me know, and I'll
let you
I'll-
know, and then
I'll-
we can
okay.
get that. Yeah. Let me wear that sword again.
And I'll
he
try to
grabs
hand
it.
her the actual sword.
But no, he grabs it, and then it just turns to fucking inky blacky, and like, all right, yep.
I mean, here, and I'll like pull out one of my other normal elven swords and be like, I mean, you can hold this one if you want.
No thanks. I want your secondhand sword.
Kept me alive for a while, so
Yeah. So did I.
yeah. We shared that responsibility for each other. Also, Lion definitely kept us alive in Thay.
Endangered our lives more than she probably helped, but yeah, no.
Yeah,
I
but
love her.
that damn hedge maze probably would have gotten us lost for far too long if she wanted to scare it away.
Is she okay?
I think she will be. I think she will be. Kind of similar situation. Something got to her, did some damage for some time, but hopefully we got that out of her system and she start to take the time to actually heal. I left her with the trinket that might help. We'll see.
Maybe I'll pop in.
It'd be good. If there's, I'm not really good with magic, but if there's any way that I can get into, like, you guys, I'll do what I can. I'm no wizard. I can send a fox or a crow. Or I can come here myself. But that's about.
Super helpful. Send a fox or a crow.
Just saying. I'll do what I can.
Sometimes it's not worth saying. But don't die. High five. Nah, just like get out of here. We got shit to do.
Can I try to like trip him as I walk away?
Yeah, you could try.
What is that? An acrobatics or an athletics check?
Athletics.
Athletics
Sleight of hand
plus
was an
0.
answer.
Let's go.
And I just hop over it. I hop onto one of like the mounds. He had been in this human figure, but like the way he's crouching, you just kind of see that silky dragon like and don't die. It'll bum me out.
All right. You do the same.
All right. And then he just hops out through the shadows of this desolate little space that he's in.
Follow, walk out, and jump on the broom and head back to the castle.
So you enter your dormitory in the castle through one of the open spots in the windows and the walls, or whatever it is. And you guys sleep throughout the night, unless anybody has anything to say.
I would have done the identify spells while we were reading. We already have them identified, and we already decided who got what. So you can all add those items to your inventory that we discussed last time. And then I would spend a decent amount of time, the time that I'm on sleep or resting, copying spells to my spell book. So I have copies of everything.
All right. So you guys get some sleep, and you start hearing the crows. No, not crows. The roosters, and the sun kind of like beat in through the windows. As morning comes, and you guys can either meet downstairs or meet in your own little chamber and discuss.
Rest. Everyone take a long rest if you haven't already.
Yes, long rest.
Yeah. All right. Val will meet up in the common area of our space. Just like feels very Hogwarts of a area to me. That's the way I keep imagining.
Yes. Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Like not bunk beds for where you sleep, but like everybody has their own little room, but like then like there's a common area. And
Yeah. The common area, definitely. Fireplace, wizard chest. Yeah.
Wizard's chest up there. Valen spends all night playing Wizard's chest.
Not again.
Forgets to take long rest. So yeah, I'll meet up with everybody else that comes outside.
I'll be in the common area.
So what do you think? Do we? I think we head to help with Thay, I guess.
Doesn't seem like there's much of a choice anymore.
I mean, we still don't have information on the red mask, the red dragon mask, or the green, or the
'cause
white.
We don't white, yeah.
Even
Balance
though
lost white.
theoretically have who should have been the wielder of the white in custody.
You need to get
Farith.
rid of the blue. I mean, hopefully every piece we take away, it makes it that much harder for them to do what they want to do, if not outright stops them.
I think we shouldn't leave if we're gonna leave the blue dragon mask at all. So keep them separate still. So I think either we hold on to it or we hand it off.
Say that last part again.
I think we should either hang on to the blue dragon mask ourselves or we just hand it off to the Harpers since it's like unusable. And not keep everything all in one place. At least for now.
Will the metallic dragons care?
Wouldn't think so. They have one right now.
I don't care who protects it or whatever. I just want it to be
We can
off our hands.
I think we can ask them about that when we get to see them next, but if we're supposed to leave now or in the next hour or so to
We
go
have a little bit of time. You said midday.
midday.
So this is morning.
Anybody else have anything to say?
How long has it been since we were in town? Just a few days.
Since you've been in town? No,
Like we left Waterdeep. We took
arrived.
a portal. So it was like 2 days max, like a day.
Because we teleported there and back.
Yeah, so it was like a day. was like a 24-hour round trip. Right?
Well, I guess we technically don't know how much time passed in the tower because there are no windows.
I mean,
the only part that would make that I would agree with that is when we were in the extraplanar dimension, but that's
yeah, if it was longer than certain point, though, otherwise we would take points of exhaustion.
well, no, that point in time is relative to us, but outside of
Right, I understand.
space.
We can just
To my
verify, but
God.
Sorry.
no point to
I
go
couldn't hear you,
shopping if we were
Ben.
just here.
No, I don't think we have a.
I prayed to Bahamut to ensure that perhaps we survive this. I have asked for the gifts to remove curses, to remove poisons. I don't trust these beings with their obsession with necromancy and dabbling with the dead. But any ally versus the end is worth it. I will heed our liaison's suggestion and try to keep more quiet console, as my bias against their depraved arts will be hard to conceal. If they're using magic to ensure that we speak the truth, having the spell myself, I suggest that answers are short when given. Do not allow them to extrapolate. I know it is hard to always think clearly with this lack of air, but clearly ones who are so afraid of outsiders have something to hide.
I'm sorry, I was listening to you in character, but I really don't understand what you asked. Can you say it to me outside of character?
I wasn't asking anything. Okay, out of character. I took remove curse, detect curse,
Yeah.
remove poison. Like I don't have a lot of healing spells.
What
I
was the
have
last?
the
What was the last part you said?
don't give detailed answers that they use zone of truth. Say yes, no, purple, blue.
Gotcha.
The less you give them, the less. Again, wisdom versus intelligence. I'm trying to show that difference. I was trying to give advice.
Sure, yeah, I follow now. So it depends, I guess, on what questions they ask, but give as little as we need, but also give enough to make sure that they trust us, I guess. We're there for being diplomatic. If we're acting like we're still trying to be coy or hide things, maybe it's probably not the best thing.
It is not coy. It is not. Certain things become more complicated.
Trust me, I don't want to open up about everything, no matter if I'm on the zone of truth or not. So I will use my best judgment. I hope everyone else will too.
Be an interesting time.
You just hear this gruff voice from one of the couches in this main chamber. The Dragonborn, who had been laying here the whole time, still eating, is like, holy shit. Can you guys just leave me here?
And
If we have to suffer, you have to suffer.
And then he just and he dissipates into his hammer.
Some days I wonder about him. And we all have our own shit, and I still wonder about him.
You hear knocking on the door.
I'll go to open it.
You open the door and Ramilla's standing there.
I, give the head nod and
It's
gesture for her to come.
okay. We past pleasantries. Let's say there is a healthy meal downstairs. Whether or not you choose to venture into Thay or continue into the Nine Hells, it's up to you. But the rest of the council is looking for your answer. I'll see you
At least the
downstairs.
Dragonborn's already gone, so he can't eat any more food.
I'm sure he'll
Immediately
appear.
jumps out of the
Yeah.
at the mention of there is a meal downstairs. He's like out of the hammer, out the door, down the stairs.
Hammer on his shoulder, and he just busts past everybody.
As we were.
All right, so you guys, doors open. You guys are discussing this. What?
My vote is to go to Thay. Terry, you're muted.
Terry, you're muted.
I think for me, the discussion was kind of completed on my part yesterday. So
Okay, Valen hadn't changed his mind since yesterday. The group looks to the big guy.
Hey,
Astrid.
I think the only choice is to go.
They all turn and they look at Liam.
I will do as everyone else has, and as Ramilla has made a very good point. I only play devil's advocate to try to get the devils off our back and raise the point of if we're the right people for this particular thing. It's not really in our title. But if this is what is needed of us, then this is what's needed of us. And let's get it done.
You guys head downstairs to meet at the council. You guys are given your meals. If there's anything you'd like to do before you meet up with the Red Wizard of Thay,
just replenish the potions. That's something that we need to do.
So Ramilla goes ahead and she hands you guys essentially replenishes the stocks that you guys had at, and assures you that no other extra things are needed.
Okay.
I'd say, well, as a side note, like when I first woke up, I summoned Scold, so I marked that spell off.
Okay.
Does it cost you like can you you can dissipate him and then bring him back throughout the day though, right?
I don't remember. I gotta look at it.
I wonder where Skull's been.
Like, are we gonna walk up to them and be like, "We're coming in peace," with a giant wolf behind us? I think that'd be awesome. But I'm just curious.
I mean, that was my plan. I mean,
They know that they're having
my
a
horse. They don't ride horses.
I understand that. I was just curious if that's how the spell worked. I also can't find one.
I don't think it's as flexible as like a familiar.
Gotcha.
We have nothing else. Ramilla's provided us with the Lord's Alliance provided us with the restock to our potion. I'll ask as we're walking down. I'll ask Ramilla a question. I'll just like and get her attention, pull her to the side real quick, ask her a question, and be like, has there been any movement or information on Zaragos? He last time we checked in with him, he was in a bad shape. Just want to make sure he's okay.
We have added additional eyes on Zorogos. His access to goods and his sales has certainly dwindled. But I remain skeptical, as I'm sure you do.
He's a little. He's smarter than he lets on to most people. So the situation just. I have a question. Unfortunately, not enough to dig in. And I'll head on to the meal and follow along.
Leave and try to be on good behavior during the meal.
Did Asher come down with Skull with everyone at this point?
Yep.
Can I do an animal handling? Try and give Skull some riches. He does.
Worse.
Important roles did well. Give Skull some scritches.
All right. The Red Wizards leads you down to the teleportation circle, which is always engulfed by the acolytes of Sword Coast. You guys enter the portal. But it is.
Can I take a look at the portals, like sigils and stuff, as we're?
I will need you to
trust them,
do an investigation.
Okay.
And
it's the same
it is going
set.
to have to be very high.
Okay.
Because the Red Wizards are very, very wary of anybody.
I totally get that.
Yeah.
As anyone should be.
Well, you could do it, but it would be a disadvantage because. And I will tell you right now, his 18 is not going to cut it.
I'll roll at a disadvantage. It's fine.
His investigation's way higher than mine, so it'd probably be fine.
Nope, not with the 2 and a 1.
No!
So like,
damn.
They try not to notice that you guys both try to look, but they make sure that you guys cannot see this. This is
and this is the same group that was here. Like that was there yesterday. Like it's not like the faces or anything have changed.
I don't know what that means.
So it's the same 12 people that we met yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same set that like okay.
Ooh. Oh, I need to take pictures.
The instance in which you guys teleport, you feel this heat clench down on your body as you stand outside of the gates.
This castle deserves boss music.
It is overwhelming.
Right.
As you feel like
Fuck.
the air itself plays itself upon you.
Damn.
It is dry, it is desolate, and this is no place you want to remain. You guys find yourselves outside of the towers of this keep. And the Red Wizards suggest that you continue to follow them. As you enter, you see several beings wandering around. At the gates, who are opening wide to you. And you hear this enormous like creaking sound as they open up. 4 of these lifeless creatures, legs kind of drag behind them, open up at the command of these beings, which
What did I just come back to?
Oh shit!
Oh fuck!
Hell yeah! Don't scroll down too far, guys.
yeah, don't read anything. But
Hell
these
yeah!
beings seem to kind of command the zombies who are opening up these doors to you as they let you in to this fortress.
Are we able to see the map, or come back and we're in
think
fucking
so.
hell? Did we go to the right place, guys, or did we end up in hell? I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot.
No, this is
Well,
apparently Thay.
Okay.
I would say when Astrid sees the zombies and because of the heat, she'll take like an extra piece of cloth from one of her bags and kind of wrap it around her head and then cover her face like a mask because like they smell absolutely atrocious to her because they are like undead.
Val, just seeing Astra do something, pulls up his mask instinctively, not knowing what the purpose of it was, and pulls up his face mask.
Perfect. You guys
Smells
find
like
yourself in
home
this
to me.
isolated, arid, windswept plateau, some 2,500 miles east of Waterdeep. Its dark skies constantly clouded with volcanic ash. You guys are led into the interchambers of what is known as Nethwatch Keep, that is under the command of Throchian Esmeralda Yeth. And you're brought before a council.
Can you spell that keeps name? We have the name of the other person.
There are 2 of me on here.
Sorry.
And both of them have low HP. What's going on? I'm gonna drag a new version of these out here.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Thank you.
Ilrach takes you into the inner chambers of the tower. Is it just the 4 of you? 1, 2, 3, 4. Why? Where's my 5th person?
When I deleted myself, it deleted something else. I didn't see it. Or Vowel
Deleted me. Yeah.
I don't know how it deleted you. I don't have control of you.
Oh,
My
there we go.
HP and AC is wrong on here.
Well, those are the statistics from Roll20 on the token itself. They don't.
Who's this?
The giant.
I'm rawr.
All right.
So twice. Oh, I am twice the size of everybody else. That makes sense. First time this is an accurate map sizing.
Yeah.
People are very, very small.
They lead you into the inner chambers, and you find yourself in the Great Hall. In front of you, Ilach brings you toward Thorcharian Esmeralda Yeth. She has her head shaved, familiar red garbs. For those of you adept in investigation, you notice these pointed fangs when she talks to you and addresses you.
He has what fangs? Red fangs?
Pointed.
Pointed fangs.
We find ourselves bound in common cause against common enemies. Those who sought to destroy us in ages past now seek to destroy you. Our thirst for vengeance is strong, as is your thirst for continued life. Our enemy has become your enemy. We know their weakness and the ways of destroying them forever, without destroying their usefulness. You have the opportunity to discover their hiding places in your struggle against the cult allies. Together, we can remove them as a threat to us both. Our agent, Niam Ilmich, will return with you to your city of Waterdeep, there to serve as our liaison to our council. What you learn of the enemy, she will relate to us by means of our own. You need only find the enemy. We will deal with them, as is our custom. I am authorized by our eternal master, Sastam, to say these things, for I act in his name. Valen. Do you act in the name of Tiamat?
Do I act in the name of the dragon god?
This is a simple enough question.
If I honestly cannot answer that without, I can only say I will act in accordance to the well-being of the Sword Coast. If that still happen to align with the will of Tiamat, then
Yeah,
so
that's the one
be
we're
it.
fighting, by the way. If you've forgotten.
What was that?
Yeah, that's the one we're actively fighting to stop.
I know.
Okay.
So that's why I find the questions a little bit strange.
I think you looked too far into that question. That was in character, to be very clear. Mom was waiting to see if they tried to attack him after that response. And is prepared to defend him.
Vamel, what is your opinion of the cultists?
Cults that follow and seek to reincarnate and bring about the resurrection of Tiamat should be snuffed out to the person. They are mad. They are heretics.
Do you feel this way about the resurrection or about Tiamat itself?
Yes.
Sebastian got to play with his stuff. I might just carry a cat up and down.
Val, do you have any spies here in Thay?
None that I'm aware of.
Would you be aware of the actions of the Sword Coast when it comes to setting spies upon its allies?
You can wait.
No.
You don't want to finish on TV? Okay, go ahead. We'll finish it. I'm tired right now. So. And this is a boring row because it's all pearl.
Bless you.
Night, Cajun.
We were told your name is Daro King. May we address you as such?
Good night, Allison.
Yes.
Good night. Good night, Auntie Disney.
Daro King. Are you familiar with the fate of Rathmodor?
Yes.
Should we be worried about his return?
If his fate is what we last left it,
Which was?
then yes. With an accompanying white dragon.
Astrid. Do you believe that this danger is beholden to this realm?
Well, I know that the danger would not be confined to only this realm.
Okay. I need everybody to do a charisma check.
Check or save.
Just a DC charisma check.
I'll give you a 2.
Wow.
Hey, I'm with that crit.
I give you a 6.
I give you a
I
20.
rolled a nat
Oh
1
my
and a
God.
natural 20.
Don't
Those are my
we
only 2 rolls.
all?
Hey, we needed the charismatic people to do well, and both of y'all rolled 23s. I'm cool with it.
But don't we actually get a boost when we're around Astrid?
This is a check,
Save.
not a save.
Isn't any charisma check?
Yes.
No,
No,
for saves.
It's any saving throw.
Oh, okay. So just to roll my flat charisma.
Oh, you did pretty well.
You did good.
me
Not
and
too
me and
shabby.
Vomble back here.
I'm a giant rock. What do you want from me?
Mean muggin.
Yeah, me and Vomble in the back just mean mugging people.
RBF.
Unfortunately, they're
Necromancers.
mean mugging each other,
Valen,
but they're mean mugging nonetheless.
Valen? Nice.
Hey, my one good roll was for petting a dog. I'm happy. I don't care if I start a war. I petted that dog real good.
You would have petted a war again if you
I
didn't.
would like to invite you all to a feast. They lead you into a chamber. There's a large table laid out full of foods. And you guys have a very uneventful evening. You know, it's to the point of awkwardness, right? Because there's not a lot of conversation. It's not joyous or anything. But a couple of the Red Wizards address the two elves in the party. We would like to invite you two to the top of the tower.
I'll look at
Tonight
Liam.
we'll be gazing upon many of the constellations as they form into something new.
Hell.
What's this person look like? Just like
Red Wizard, ashen skin, bald head. Very, very Red Wizardly.
okay.
So
it's not one that
quickly,
but it's not someone we've talked to already. Just a red wizard.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Sure. When would you like us to head up? Is it right now? Sorry.
No, it's I believe it's time to end the evening's festivities if you guys would like. I know you don't sleep like the others. And we will gather at the top of the temple. We'd like you to join us.
Sure. The name's Darwicking, by the way.
We don't shake hands here.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was an inappropriate thing to do.
No.
Forgive me. I'm just,
We will not hold this against you.
just trying to do the right pleasantries and introduce myself when I'm, meeting new people and stuff. It's all embarrassing. Can I do an insight check on stuff? He's just trying to. I already have my good rolls, so it's probably shit. Not bad. Does there anything seem off or devious in when he's just trying to ask particularly me and my brother or split up the group?
Nope. Like
As long as I'm getting insight, just am I getting any bad vibes from this?
You're not. Like
beyond my normal
everything seems awkward.
Yeah.
And you have no normal but this is like everything about them seems like awkward and off.
And this isn't the person that's supposed to be going as the agent with us that we're supposed to supposedly take back with us, correct?
No, this is not Ilmach.
Okay.
No.
Wait, Ilmach is supposed to be the one that's coming back with us?
Yeah.
Okay. I heard a completely different name, so I wrote something random down in my notes.
No. So the person that you've been talking to here is named
Darikon Estrada Yeth.
Yeah, that's the leader here. But
that's the leader here.
That's the leader here. She is in charge.
And Ilmach is going to be the agent that stays in. Okay. Exactly. I wrote Nguyen Thumich in my notes, so I must have just misheard that and wrote
Nguyen Thumich. 100%.
Okay. D&D and their names
Yeah.
some days are
It's
just
not how, but it also would be weird if this is like, and then Susan said,
yeah.
well, I would say Valen, Vamel, and Ashid are led to their corridors.
Can I before
Um,
if I'm still with them at the feast, that's when we're approached, right?
yes.
Yeah,
If
that was
I'm
gonna
still
be
with them, can I slip my sending stone, the one that I have paired between me and my brother? Can I slip mine to Astrid as we
Sleight of hand.
were we able to like overhear this conversation? Like, were we
Sleight of
sit
hand.
close
You could
enough?
slip it easily, and then I would need a perception from you, Astrid.
Okay.
Wow.
So yeah,
Pretty
so
nice.
you're aware that they're saying again everything is a little awkward, right? So
Okay. Let me just triple check. But I would like Skull to go with them if they don't like freak out about it. But I have to.
how far can Skull get away from you?
So, while he's within 1 mile of me, I can communicate with him telepathically.
All right, so you're good. It is not 1 mile up. Um,
Okay.
so
yeah.
a couple of the Red Wizards, as well as the Alvin brothers, head up one of the spires, and they go to reach the top. Skull falls behind them,
Yeah.
and the Red Wizards bring the brothers to the top.
I give Skull head scratches and stuff, so it looks like he's always around me and everybody but looks normal.
And the conversation is a lot about I guess the kind of the Red Wizards kind of just open up and they talk about some of the lore of their lands. Um, one of them in particular says, "You see, from here as we look upon the blood red sky, those shining deities above us, they tell a story about when the Red Wizards from long ago streaked across the skies with their swords out, cutting down those who oppose them. And they point out to some of the figures that they can kind of draw with you, and you guys are able to kind of see it, but it kind of looks like bullshit too, right?"
I mean, does Val know these constellations due to my
Of
theoretical study?
course. And so for you, you're just like, these constellations mean something else to different people.
Yeah,
It's not universal. And so in that aspect it's interesting to you because they're telling a story about their past that doesn't reflect like someone from the Sword Coast or someone from the north, someone from the south may even have. And and that conflict alone, despite the fact that you travel through different planes, it kind of starts to rub you the wrong way, right? Maybe puts things into perspective that like, does anybody really know the truth? And but they're open to this conversation as they ask you. And so the four of you have this conversation in which you guys relate lore, stories, myth, these things together. Okay. Meanwhile, the three of you guys are led to rooms and led to bed. You guys each enter these chambers. and they have these giant mahogany posts around the bed. And you guys are told, you guys are welcomed and have these silken sheets and you guys are brought water and things, but it isn't until now that you realize that all of these servants here have been unwilling to show their faces, and it's now when you see like their blackened fingers and the falling flesh from their hands, that all the servants here within this castle, all right, we'll call it, are undead servants.
Wow. We just skipped the awkward to very unpleasant.
As unpleasant as it is, Valen lays himself down in his own bed. He begins to fall asleep.
Can I cast like the tiny hut in where we sleep? Because I don't feel like sleeping safely in the bed that they prepare for us.
Yeah, you can do that.
So Valen actually makes a suggestion to things in that
There's no one else in this room. They've
oh
broken
really? No,
everybody off.
you let off to different rooms?
The two are upstairs. You have your own room. Valmo has his own room. Astrid has his own room.
We'll simply go to sleep.
Mm,
I'm gonna do a quick detect magic.
Okay.
After I've everybody, all the servants are gone and they've kind of left me alone, and I know that I'm basically by myself in the room.
Uh-huh.
And I'll just kind of make a lap around the room.
Okay. You detect magic doesn't shine anything specific, but you realize that you're in a tower and a temple of powerful wizards, and
Yeah.
and the entirety of this area kind of glows, hums in a certain way, but you don't see anything specific. The pillows don't
Okay.
shine, the posts don't shine, or anything like
Yeah.
that, right?
Yeah. Okay.
But this heat and the pressure of this place, it exhausts you. You guys are all tired in your own way. Can I get the three of you to roll a 1d3?
Just type /roll 1d3.
So that would be Valen,
/R.
Valmon, okay, and Astrid.
Let's get a 1, a 2, and a 3. Let's find out all those possibilities.
Yeah, let's do it.
Ah!
There we go. There it is. All right. So I
Dude,
need
who should
I need Astrid and I need Valen to, I don't know, not hear any of the stuff that we're about to do.
Oh, okay. So you guys deafen.
You guys deafen.
We'll wave when you guys can come back.
That's mute, Terry.
okay.
Okay.
There he goes.
Valmel, as you lay there in this bed that even your legs and your limbs kind of hang over the sides. Your inches are perked because at least it's soft in some manners. I would like you to do a wisdom saving throw. as you drift off to sleep.
Something you're high at. Something you're high at.
At disadvantage.
It was better. Hey!
What? Oh yeah! Damn!
All right.
He's doing great. He's doing great.
What happens next as you drift off into sleep is you're kind of staring up at the edges of the bed. It has these mahogany posts, this thing above you, and this darkness kind of lurches towards you, and all of a sudden, out of that darkness, you see 5 different heads, kind of like poke down and surround you. Each one a different colored dragon, and as they breathe their fiery breath on you, you find yourself held aloft inside of this cauldron. Your lower half extremities bathed in acid. Well, several members, these ashen skin, shaved head, adorned in red, stand there. And they drive with these long spears, they drive these spearheads into your flesh, and they ask you, what is your mission in Thay?
Aside from probably screaming, being in pain. You respond to this crap. I think for the first couple of minutes, he would just simply like yell curses at them, but as they continue to, melt away his flesh inch by inch, and spear him like a savior on a cross, which appreciate the imagery. His mission is, in his mind, not to cause a diplomatic incident. And if they go further, which I'm sure they would, um, it's just to see if the Red Wizards are trustworthy. That's what he thinks the mission is.
Do you possess any of the dragon masks?
If he can withstand not responding, he will try not to. But again, if they keep pushing and he doesn't have a choice, he will respond no.
Do you plan on killing Tiamat?
With all of my heart and soul.
Are you aware of the cultist's location?
We have an idea. We are not verified.
That's like a non-answer. Are you okay with that?
Oh, it's not him. The next stronghold is in hell.
Death is coming for you. Do you know its name?
Heretic.
At that response, they drive these spears deeper into you, and the pain starts convulsing, and you wake up in this bed, this mahogany post, and there's the sheets, the bed, all soaked with sweat and blood. And as you pat yourself to find out where the damage is, there is no blood. There is no cuts.
All right, Admiral Fury. Got it.
All right. So this would be
That's
this guy.
nuts.
All right, muting myself.
Good job.
Can he listen at this point? Does it matter?
Yeah, he can listen. He can listen.
Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back. Come back.
Terry's
Not
not
you.
coming back.
Okay. Ben, you can start listening now.
Okay.
It's
I was
not
trying to be
super
polite.
And then okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. Valen,
Yes.
you find yourself in this giant king's bed with these mahogany posts, and you look up into this fabric that's adorned across the top of it,
Hmm.
and you sink into sleep.
Okay.
But it isn't long until you find yourself surrounded by these webs that kind of like etch into the darkness, and you see these little sprinkling
Oh
Like-
my god.
stars that fade in and out of existence.
Hmm.
And then you feel it kind of crawl across your flesh. Well, this figure kind of appears in front of your face, this female figure, and she's got this like kind of grayish purplish tone, these fangs, and she smiles at you, and she whispers a name you haven't heard in a long time. And as that face pulls away, you find yourself, your arms stretched out, surrounded by these figures, ashen skin, shaved heads, these adorned in these red robes.
Hmm.
The lower half of your body sits in this cauldron,
Okay.
bubbling green. And you feel this, oh my god, what the fuck is this? I just wanted to do an update out of nowhere.
It's getting worse. It's the torture.
Got me, oh fuck. And you feel this agonizing pain as it seems as though your own flesh is melting away. And these red wizards around you, and they ask you, do you have any of the dragon masks?
As I try to endure the pain I'm feeling, do I get to remain silent in this?
You can try, yeah. I mean, I'm not.
Like, what kind of road do I have to? What kind of road do I have to row in order to maintain my silence?
You can choose not to answer. If you tell me you choose not to answer, you can say that.
Okay, then I refuse to answer.
They pull from, it seems almost midair, these large shafts kind of like get into their hands. They appear in their hands with these spirit heads that are made of obsidian, and they start to slowly push it into your flesh. And they ask you, do you plan on killing Tiamat?
still very confused by the question, yet enjoying the pain. Valen decided to answer, I do not know what all this is about. If the
You
if
just feel
the,
this excruciating pain as they start to put the spear into your.
the
Do you
if
plan on killing
the
Tiamat?
is what you seek, then yes, that's what we're trying to do.
They pull the blade a little bit out of your flesh. Are you aware of their location?
Can I play this for as like out of the game for a moment? I don't as a player I don't know their location, but should I know in the game?
You should roughly know their location. You guys have information on where it's happening. Like, yeah, you should know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You'd have to say it. Sorry, dude. You have to say it.
That's the thing. I don't know. Oh my god. Hold up. Okay, I'm gonna use. So as the torture continues, if you and then my response would be, if you need to know where the Tiamat and the Dragon Cultist hideout will be, you don't need to torture us. You need not to torture us. Our companions and I will share the information that you need to know for defeating the Tiamat.
What? All right. I'm going to say that you didn't answer that question. The four of these wizards start to put these shafts
Mm-hmm.
and these blades into your sides, and they ask you, death is coming for you. Name it.
Loath.
You wake up in your bed.
In agony.
No, with this just
Sweats.
sweats, a little bit of panic, but it doesn't last long before you drift off into sleep. All right, Astrid.
Okay. Should I go mute it again?
Oh no,
Doesn't matter now.
Okay.
So whenever you tell Astrid to unmute herself.
I'm here.
All right.
Do you have a new character ready?
Always.
Okay.
Astrid,
I
you
have at
find
least
yourself
2 or 3.
laying down in this king-size bed, very comfortable mattress. You look at the etching on this mahogany post, covered and adorned in this cloth, and you drift off to sleep.
A mistake
And
on my
it
part.
isn't long until you feel this like heat kind of like falling all around you, and you hear this flapping sound, as you just kind of see this shadow dipping around.
The room?
Just it feels like you're laying out in the middle of this desert. And all of a sudden this figure just right in front of your face, and all you see are these jagged teeth before you let out of this scream that's muffled entirely by the heat itself, and you find yourself with your arms held aloft. You're surrounded by 4 of these red wizards. Your body inside of this giant cauldron and this bubbling acid, and you can feel it as it starts to like peel away your flesh.
What's happening?
And they ask you, do you possess any dragon masks?
No.
Do you plan on killing Tiamat?
Of course. Isn't that why we're all here?
Are you aware of their location?
The masks?
Are you aware of the location of the cultists?
Not explicitly. We only get fed information as it's discovered.
So you don't know where the rituals are supposed to be held?
At one point, there was something about a sacred area that they were going to do the final.
What was that sacred area called?
I can't remember while being boiled alive.
And they all of a sudden these long shafts appear in their hands with these obsidian blades as they start to push it into your flesh. Does this help you remember?
No, go fuck yourself.
All right, go fuck yourself. Check that box.
He's playing bingo over there. D&D bingo.
Does King Maladrock plan to invade Thay?
If he does, that's his own prerogative. He hasn't told me anything about it.
We can see that death is chasing you. Can you name it?
That's chasing us all. What does it matter, the name?
I take it you have yet to come to terms. And then they pierce these blades deeper into your flesh, and you just feel them cut through your organs. You wake up screaming. Your bed is covered in sweat. The sheets, the bedding, all covered in your blood. But you check your flesh and your skin, and there's no cuts. Morning appears, and you guys were brought down to meet with a feast. Your 2 Alvin brethren stand there, ready to greet you. Valen and Ashrid, having had a rough night, wander up to the table, sit down. greet you all. Vamel. He has these dark rings around his eyes. His face is gaunt. As big as he is, he seems as though he hasn't slept in ages. Clearly, he hadn't quite had the rest of you had. The Red Wizards greet you as respectfully as they can. Say, feast. Seems as though some of you can use some substance. You guys have this smorgasbord of breakfast foods laid out in front of you, and it's up to you guys whether or not you want to eat.
Valen's
I'll
still pondering about what happened last night, and he continues to trust the real wizards around him. Sorry, Astrid.
No, you're good. I'd say Astrid's gonna take some of the food and put it on her plate, and slowly pick at it.
Hey,
Pick
sorry,
at
real
it.
quick. Sorry. Valen, I need a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom.
Wisdom saving throw. Astrid, I need a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Sorry. Vamel already did his.
Gotcha.
Vamel did his, and Vamel rolled a what?
A 20 and a 25.
20. Okay.
27. He critted
20
on the
was his
second one.
low.
It was disadvantage. It was a disadvantage for him. I don't know if the others need to be at disadvantage or not. I just let Viva say whether or not they need to be or not.
Vamel, you recall the horrors of the night before. You remember almost all of it, and the feelings and you know it was a dream, but you can't shake it. Whereas both Valen and Astrid, they don't recall any of this.
Okay.
Damn, a 25 for Astrid didn't save for that?
She did 11.
She rolled at a disadvantage.
Oh, did I roll?
11.
Oh no, that was an advantage because
But
I
it
have
would be the same.
advantage on
It would be
wisdom
the
save.
same two. It would be the same two dice. You just take the lower instead of the higher.
Yeah, I just took
It'd be an 11.
So yeah. So Valen and Astrid, you guys experienced that, but you guys don't remember it.
Would you?
Yeah. I have
Oh.
Then it'll just be a flat roll. Then it'd still be the 11.
It'll be a flat roll.
Okay.
So just so you know, each character must make a DC wisdom saving throw with disadvantage.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
just be a flat
Successful
roll.
save, the character remembers the vague, disturbing dreams in the morning, but suffers. So anyways, so no one. The only person that saved was
Vamel.
Vamel. Okay, so Vamel remembers this, but everybody else doesn't.
Is me and my brother there?
Yeah. Because you guys were brought down. Like you guys have experienced nothing but kindness and.
Okay, so I was just like, are we gone? Are we dead?
No. I had tried to say that the two elven brothers.
He said we were down
already,
there.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
Table eating. And Vamel just like shakingly sits himself down and still kind of like when you guys just hear this screeching noise. You know, there's these long chambers, and it looks like everything here is made out of these spines and the architecture of this particular building seems like it's all like a Geiger, you know. And someone comes running into the room, and they point their fingers at you all, and they seize them. They murdered Ilmach. We discovered her body, torn asunder, and they're to blame. And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Diplomatic immunity.
Wonderful.
Well, shit.
Thanks everybody in the stream.
That was awesome.
That was fun.